ran away. Call me a coward if you want, but it wasn't in the heat of battle. No. It was after. When I had time to think. Really, it was when I finally ran out of drinking buddies. Every one of them in a dusty grave. That's when I knew I had to get out. Leave the unit. Desert. Never thought that would be me when I signed up. But what's the point? Waiting for my turn to die on an enemy's blade, or waiting to die of thirst out here in this forsaken desert? At least this way, I'm dying on my own terms. And I'm not the only one who's made that choice, not by a long shot. So if you're standing over my corpse listening to this, well, good job. Nice shot. I don't hold it against you. At least I didn't touch the rich bastard's Kief's game.
Kill them all! The frontier is a dangerous place, stranger. Have you? Direct, an admirable trait. I am Chasen Vernius of House Vernius. I am empowered by the Technocrat Council of Ix to oversee the machine world's business interests here on Arrakis. Our great house has seen many conflicts over the centuries. Most recently, the Landsraad declared our Earl renegade for crimes he did not commit. Forced into exile, Earl Dominic and his family were hunted down and destroyed. In their absence, the Technocrat Council was formed to govern Ix. After Earl Dominic and his family fled, our planet was invaded by the Bene Tlilax. Thus began a long, dark period in our history. A dark period that concluded only when the last remaining son of Earl Dominic returned, at the head of a great army. After liberating our homeworld, Romba Vernius was named Earl, and our great house was redeemed before the Landsraad and Emperor. To have any interaction with the rest of the Imperium, the Council was forced to find another Vernius, no matter how far down the line of succession. That is yet to be determined. It's always the same old fabrication. Ix engages in forbidden research and utilizes thinking machines to give them an advantage. A bold-faced lie. Yes, Earl Dominic was my grandfather, even if the Regis Familia fails to entirely recognize that fact. My relation to the Earl is not in question. It's the nature of that relationship that is. You see, my father is a bastard, sired by Earl Dominic on one of his military campaigns abroad. No. He ensured we were cared for and educated as highborns, but meeting the family was never in the cards. Well, as it happens, the last known direct descendant of the Earl was sighted right here on Arrakis, before disappearing entirely. He's known as Bronzo Vernius, and truthfully, finding him played a large part in my decision to come to this desolate place. I can't shake the feeling that he's out there somewhere, although I'm not even sure I would recognize him if he stood standing beside me. It's been many years, and this place does change you. Where else should we be? House Vernius shares a long and storied past with our Atreides allies, our relationship enduring to this day. The history of our house stretches back to the ancient days of the Butlerian struggle. House Vernius has seen great heights and wearying lows. In the days of the old empire, Ix was a rich world with deep mineral reserves. It was among the first planets to be enslaved by the thinking machines. For more than a century, our people was subjugated by the machine enemy and forced to construct their blasphemous Simek army. It was a bleak time in our history, but we gained much understanding of technology during our time of bondage. And like Prometheus stealing fire from Olympus, it was powerful knowledge we would not soon forget. After our deliverance from the thinking machines, it took our world many long years to recover. Our surface habitations were mostly abandoned as we retreated beneath the surface to rebuild. Jealous lies. If we conceal anything, it's trade secrets that lesser great houses covet. Trade secrets our forefathers bought with blood. Trade secrets that helped usher in a new golden age for our world, as Ix became the preeminent technologists in the Imperium. Then my great house, House Vernius, helped steer it all. Our lowest point was the nearly 25-year-long occupation at the hands of the Bene Tlilax. Ix still hasn't fully recovered.
finally a respectable client. You'd not believe the ragged dogs we get in here. Although you would benefit from a cleaning. Now, you're here for some training, are you? I know what is said of the matter. There were once Fremen, and now there are none. After what the Sardaukar did, no one expects to see Fremen anymore. I heard they burned out every known siege. But what is said, and what is true, are two different things, I think. I did not say that. Don't put words in my mouth or you'll find my fist in yours. The Sardaukar are well known for being thorough in matters of killing. What I think is that the Fremen are fierce warriors, and they know the desert best. Survival's in their blood. What is your interest? I cannot help you there. You may find some town Fremen in Harko, but they were domesticated long ago. They bear little resemblance to their desert kin. You can seek them out, but they're as talkative as stones. Harko Village. It's a larger settlement near here. When Carthage was obliterated, the Harkonnen shifted operations there while Neo-Carthage is being built. It can be an entertaining place, should you enjoy death. It's a matter of taste. If you take care, you may find what you need there. Anivars is as good a place as any on Arrakis to slake one's thirst. And you'll find the prices in the village a good measure lower than Traja's here. I can already tell I'm going to regret this. What questions? Wrongfully? All right. You've got another 30 seconds of my interest. You want names, I take it. To what end? Don't know if I buy that, but let's take a chance. I guess you know my story. You want other names. There's Syl Gorman, Ellen Tipley, Lucia Velasquez, and John Priestley. None of them deserved it. The War of Assassins got everything twisted. Also Anton Tolliver. Though he was cleared and landed an intelligence officer gig. A promotion to some, but for poor Anton, that's like purgatory. Wait, was it Anton who sent you? Yeah, I am regretting this. Well, I said what I said for whatever good it'll do. That's what I know. I think we're done here. Still hanging around, are you? Sardaukar, CHOAM mercs, they're always right where you do not want them. More so now since that prison ship went down. If you ask me, those must have been very valuable prisoners not to simply let the worms swallow them. Stay clear of the patrols. They're not discriminating when it comes to murder. Good for you. You know something that everyone already knows. But who shot it down? That is the question on Fenring's parched lips. And none escape from what I hear, so while we may suspect, we may never know. I know upon whom they'll place blame. The Fremen outlaws and Tara the Lion. He is a ghost for all occasions. Rogue elements are a politician's most practical expedient. It can only have been one of a small number of actors. But casual allegations breed pointless enemies. On Arrakis, you must choose your foes by intention. So I'll keep my list of suspects to myself. Don't worry. You're not on it. There aren't enough hours in the day. Banditry's rife upon the Erg, and scavengers are a desperate lot. Most are just poor folk like you and me. Cast-offs of the war trying to get by on the margins. But it's tough out there. Most will kill you as soon as look at you because there's no telling if you're friendly or one of those Kirab bastards. Ugh. Most, but it's tough. They used to have a larger presence on this side of the Hagga Basin before they were pushed out. But like a bad infection, that isn't quite cured. They've moved on to corrupt another part of the Hagga Basin. They started out that way, I reckon. But then some black-hearted bastard came to the conclusion that it was easier to steal another's salvage than to hunt your own. And I suppose the idea caught on. Because before you knew it, the scavenger community was divided between those who scrounged for salvage and those who took it. Gharb just means bandit around here. They're not really an organized group far as I can see. Just a bunch of like-minded bastards that move in packs like the desert dogs they are. As I said, there used to be a bigger problem around here till the slavers pushed them out from the hand of Khidr. Towering rock formation they used for navigation in the ancient past. It's said to resemble our hand, but I don't see it. In a contest for black-hearted bastards, the slavers have the Gharb beat with ease. The Gharb only take your last find. The slavers take your soul and sell it to some puffed-up noble too lazy to wipe his own arse. The whole enterprise is disgusting. That's one topic the Duke and me saw eye to eye on. Duke Leto Atreides. Don't insult me by pretending you haven't heard the whisperings that haunt me even in this desolate place. Loose talk, saying that I did anything other than serve my Duke with honor and integrity. It's true that I was removed from service to the Atreides. And it's true that the charges laid against me were for cowardice. But those who know me know that's impossible. And I have not, nor will I ever dignify the charges with a response. And truth be told, the old Duke Leto, the one before this blasted war changed him, would never have questioned that fact. A momentary lapse of judgment in the heat of battle, that's all. Tribunal called it something else. They called it cowardice. Easy for them. Took all of 7 minutes, and half of that was noting who was present. Then the bastards packed up their papers and told each other, good job. But they weren't there. Open combat writes a story only the fighters can read. Your comrades, your brothers. They're the ones between you and death. War is supposed to hold you all in bond to the end. But the thing of it is, you can't trust anyone. Not even your closest mates. For all their talk of loyalty and honor, everyone's out for themselves. That's what happened.
Your sweat betrays you, off-worlder. Your body's shedding all the excess nutrients they pumped you full of in the prison racks. Smell like that, you never forget. You've already been trained, off-worlder. I have nothing more to show you. There are others out there, somewhere. Maybe try Harko, if you can stand the stink of it. Or Arrakeen. That depends on the day. Today, I'm an instructor. I can show you the ways of the Swordmaster for a price. The proof of my claim would be swift and final. It means I could have your head separated from your body before your next heartbeat. True may be pushing it, but I'm intimately familiar with the teachings of Jul Noret and the Genaz school. It's like any other frontier pest hole, full of misfits who couldn't make it in the social order. All kinds. The sandflies are probably the closest. Would-be anarchists with delusions of grandeur. Since we're talking delusional, there's the masquerade over by the old power station at Mysa, Tarill. They're new around these parts, but don't take them lightly. They're here in force. First, they're true believers. Some kind of local cargo cult built around perverted Fremen doctrines. They might rob you, or possibly eat you.
Welcome. But please don't touch anything. If you damage anything, you'll pay for it. Also, if it explodes, that can be an inconvenience. Me? Please. Everyone knows me. I'm Traj Agsari. I own this block of cement. In Pinnacle Station, what I say goes. With supplies and schematics, yes, as long as you're paying. If you're looking for help defending yourself, talk to Arno, the blind cliché over there. Of course, all fine centers of commerce and influence have names. Remember Carthag? Pinnacle Station looks like Corinth compared to it now. You found it, did you not? And from looking at you, none too soon. This one says we're not civilized. Loose, they must have seen you eat. Look, friend, out here you take what you can get. Speak your mind. Ironically, in recent days, the lowest gang of outlaws plaguing these hills are protected by official Imperial sanction. Slavers. Hunting livestock, of course. And by livestock, I mean people. Anyone this far out is probably not on any official Imperium records. Easy pickings for the slavers. People forget Arrakis has 3 commodities: spice, water, and manpower. And the Harkonnens are in serious need of the 3rd. They're all over this region. It's quite the enterprise. Keep your eyes peeled, or end up building Neo-Carthag, brick by brick. 2 reasons. 1, I only deal with people who respect the deal. And 2, Gloos there shoots anyone who doesn't.
Can I fly you somewhere today? Music to my ears. Where do you want to go? Atreides and their war levies. Look, I can get you there, but I want a little extra for the trip. All right. Thopter's on the roof. Let's go visit the Red Duke.
Oh, hey there, friend. Looking for anything special? Oh, you know, we're always coming across one weird thing or another in the Badlands. Just the other week, my youngest Sally tracked a resupply shuttle from Khorana 3. Guess it wandered off the safe descent corridor and took a missile head in the business end. Oh, look who knows their top-shelf hooch. Fact is, we did come upon a single cask among the cargo wreckage, had the Imperial seal and everything. We left it right where it was. We know our business, friend. Just like we know any cargo bearing the Imperius Mundi seal has Mentak-grade encryption on the lock. Forget about getting inside one of those unless you want to blow it open. And that usually destroys whatever valuables you were trying to get at in the first place. Oh, Arrakeen Spaceport maintains a patrolled safe corridor for passenger shuttles and transports to reach the ground safely. Both the Harkonnen and Atreides respect the corridor, but outlaws, not so much. I guess that's why they're called outlaws. Oh, you know, the usual wreckage bric-a-brac, engine parts, a bunch of spacecraft-grade flex panels. Oh, and an intact 12 Series Ixion control switch. The 12 Series is very desirable because it was the last series manufactured before that unfortunate business with the invasion of Ix and all that. Oh, of course we do. They're going to take over the business one day, and they go out with their folks just like me and Finn did when we were kids. That's how Finn and me know each other. We come from old tomb-robbing stock on Hagel, both his folks and my folks. Oh, we have Finn's father to thank for that. You see, Finn's father, not so good at respecting the boundaries, and in the tomb-robbing game, that can get ya. Turns out, he broke into the wrong family crypt. Didn't do the proper research first, or he would have known the crypt belonged to the kind of family with a rep to protect. The kind of family with the clout to make those who cross them pay. Anyhow, next thing you know, we're getting hunted down one by one, and Finn and me just lit out of there. Bought a first-class ticket on a Highliner to the farthest place we could afford. that. Oh, Arrakeen Spaceport maintains both the Harkonnen and a trade. I guess that's why they're called outlaws.
Keep your distance. We can converse at arm's length. What do you want? You again? What now? In this terminally dull exchange? Or here at the Treasury? I suppose the answer is the same to both questions. Not that it's any of your business. But it is a matter of public record. I am the 5th son of Graf Heino Flaxenrad of the Alpha Hydrae Flaxenrads. Doubtless you've heard of us. We are a prominent house minor in the Carina orbit. But while it's true that I was afforded every advantage, certain expectations are placed upon the shoulders of every young Scion. Especially if you're not firstborn, a grandnephew of the Emperor. You are still expected to find a way to serve your family before father cuts you off. And regrettably, the best appointments are long since handed out by the time it gets to son number 5. By then, all that's left is finance or, perish the thought, a commission in the House Guard. A fate worse than death. But at least I'm not a girl. Nothing, but I've been ordered around by my older brothers for the first half of my life. That's long enough. Besides suffering this audience with you... Oh, you really expected an answer. I am the Imperial Treasurer here in Arrakeen. As such, it is my sworn duty to receive, count, and convey His Imperial Highness's right and proper incomes. How would I know? It seems my lot in life is to stand here and be interrogated by nitwits. As unbelievable as it may be, His Imperial Highness has yet to consult me on allocating his vast income. But I would definitely advise him that his treasury officers could use improved security. There's entirely too much riffraff getting in.
Greetings. I trust I need no introduction. Listen now to the words of Haldebor Desio. We are the musician kings and queens. Our voices cause even the mute vacuum of space to quake. From our beauteous homeworld of Chusuk, we cultivate an oasis for the arts, culture, and learning. Our history is relatively short, yet grand. Our founder, Francesco Verota, raised us from humble instrument makers to a minor house under Padishah Emperor Almarak III. We arrested the Siridar earldom of Chusuk from House Mandervold in the 9th millennium. We seized the day. We charmed destiny itself. You preach to the heavenly choir, my friend. You may tell your chums that you have met a god, for you have been in the presence of Haldebor Desio. The one and only. Yes. Yes! 'Tis I! Your taste and knowledge are both impeccable. A person can be more than one thing. I myself am a multitude.
Salutations. What business do you have with House Mutelli? My name is Americo Mutelli, second nephew to the Count himself, Flambert Mutelli. I am here to represent the interests of my uncle and great house on Landsrat business. I'll vote on behalf of my house on the decrees that best serve House Mutelli and our closest friends. I wonder, are you a friend of my house? Whether one seeks to buy or sell knowledge, look for the oldest gathering place on the planet, and you will find House Mutelli there. House Mutelli is known throughout the Imperium for collecting information and data, in much the same way other great houses collect spies. Of course, our most prized asset is the Mutelli Archives Complex, the most comprehensive repository of knowledge in the known universe. Imagine a library, but on the scale of a city. Then, of course, we have the School of Diplomacy and Intergalactic Relations. More than a third of the current Landsrat body count themselves alumni of that august institution.
Say, stranger, how about staking a broken-down old trooper to a Solari or two? Promise I won't spend it on Samuda. Okay, if I'm being honest, I actually will spend it on Samuda, but don't let that put you off. My life is already a pile of greasy spice shit. You can't make it any worse, I promise. And I want a shipping container packed with fresh Akazi white. Sometimes life ain't fair. There's always someone else. Arrakis is lousy with know-it-all troopers. You might even find one that gives a shit. Because it's not my job to. Not anymore. And trust me, stranger, you need a trainer who cares whether you live or die. I already told you. A few Solaris for a bit of Samuda, and I'm good. Some days it is, and some days it isn't. Some days I like to wake up and play a little game called, Am I Going to Die Today? It's a fun little thing I do with a Mala pistol, but I guess I haven't won yet. I'm still here. Not like a bullet, but I've failed at every other important job in my life. Why should my death be any different? You don't know the half of it. But for now, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Know what I'm saying? That's precisely what I'm saying. So how about it? Ooh, face down in a Samuda haze. Now you're speaking my love language. You ask too much, stranger. I've spent the last years ridding my life of obligation. I sure as shit don't need to take on any more. And nothing personal, but you don't look like you got what it takes. I know a soldier when I see one, and you ain't it. Ooh, a little bite with the bark after all. You're not going to stop harassing me until I do, are you? How do I even know you're worth my time? Face down in the gutter. I'm still the best damn combat instructor sucking air on this planet. No, don't answer. That's not the kind of question you answer with words. You answer with results. All right then, Boot. You want a mission? I'll give you a mission. I need you to find a slaver camp in the Hagga Basin. Nothing special, just your run-of-the-mill flesh peddlers. These particular slavers are said to possess a technology I'm looking for, called servo-stim transmitters. I want you to kill all the slavers and take their stuff. You keep everything but the transmitters. Those you bring to me. Pull that off, Boot, and I'll teach you not to look like such a boot. I'm in, Sergeant, is the correct response. The details are in the contract, Boot.
Who are you? My name is Zane DeWitt. The sharing of personal details is exceedingly noisy, exceedingly exhausting. I compute no benefit. Yes, a mentat of no inconsiderable skill. I served House Harkonnen. Now, I do not. I apply my skills in this underworld. That is more than you need to know. Yes, we had a falling out. No. That term is reductive, but yes, this conversation is concluded. I calculated you returning a half hour ago. Curious, very curious. Your deduction that I can offer this training is accurate. However, I compute your mind is not ready for such rigors. Mentats make mistakes, but not often. This conversation is terminated.
Yes, may I help you? Were you born under a rock? My 2-year residency at the Crystal Terrace on Kaitane is the stuff of legend. Symphasia Ray and the dulcet tones, come on! I am the #1 most requested singer on Atreides radio, and I'm told my Hello Boys hologram flickers above every bunk in the Duneman fleet. I perform here, if that is what you are asking. I am currently in an exclusive engagement as the headliner here at the Seleucid Bull. Then I can wrestle the stage away from Gurney Halleck, that is. Oh, finally someone with taste in this establishment. I hope you are staying around for my next set. Oh, if I took a drink from every starstruck walk-up, I could open my own bar. Actually, I like that idea. Symphasia's Place. Hopefully I would attract a better class of customers. That's what they tell me, but I'm not sure anymore. The truth is, the Atreides are losing the war, and they know it. Morale is low. Of course they are. War is all about economics, and the Baron easily outpaces the Duke on that count. I hear Lady Jessica is on a grand tour of the few remaining Atreides assets and liquidating whenever possible. At the same time, the Harkonnen prepare to unveil Neo-Carthage, a monument to luxury and excess. Don't be ridiculous. I am only pointing out the obvious. One cannot win a war if one cannot pay his troops.
Oi, what's your poison? You want to know about the upper level or lower? Oh, this is my level, where regular lads come to tip their elbows among kindred spirits. We make no pretenses down here on the lower level. Colour Sergeant Justice Clack, retired. At your service. Oh, indeed it is. Not every military formation has colour sergeants. The Harks don't, and neither do the Sardaukar. But in House Atreides, the Duke's colours are sacred. No banner bearing Atreides orc has touched the ground in more than 5 centuries. And it's the colour sergeant's inviolate duty to ensure it never does. Suit yourself. Colour Sergeant Justice. No worries. As long as you remember that gratitude when it comes time for the gratuity. While we're on the subject of gratitude, I want to make a donation to our Happy Lad Fund. Every Friday we draw a house trooper's name from a hat and make that trooper happy. It means for the evening his or her food and drinks are paid for. Wouldn't that make you happy? Mate, all comes with sacrifice. We're waging an ancient battle against a foe with nearly unlimited resources. Our beloved Duke may not claim the vulgar riches our enemy does, but he is rich in honour, integrity and moral certitude. It's those virtues that nourish our spirits, even if financial recompenses, delayed. We will get a house when the battle is won. We love our Duke. Love him. Like a father to us all. To a man we would die for. If we're asked to forego our wages to help the war effort, it's an easy sacrifice to make. History must know that righteousness won the day. Yeah, not officially, no. The Duke would never. That is why we, his true sons, forego our draw on a voluntary basis. Yeah, medically retired is what they call it. Turns out they like you to have legs in the house guard. And not as my mother made them. Those I lost at the Battle of Arrakeen. These are a gift from the Duke by way of Dr. Yue and his cybernetics team. When the Arks first came for us on that blackest of nights, they thought their treachery had won the day before the first drop of blood was even spilled. But we were waiting for them, dug in like a tick behind a slig's ear. I gotta give it to the Arks. When they saw their gambit failed and the Owl shields were up, when they could have turned tail. Probably should have. But that ain't like the Arks. Nah, they doubled down instead. That first siege lasted 169 hours, 1 hour longer than a week. By the time that last hour came, my 6-man colour guard was down to me and 5 bodies. My CHOAM Regency pattern side sword in one hand and the Atreides colours in the other. I held my position, and the Atreides colours never touched the ground. Even after the detached tail section of a dying Ornithopter crushed me from above. As many as I bloody well can. I've shot them, stabbed them, bludgeoned them, blown them up. I've killed so many, my belt fell apart from the notches. I'd kill them all if I could, and the universe would be a better place for it.
Hello? Are you the server? I would like to change my order. Oh, please hold. Allow me to adjust the ocular acuity of my eye implants. My husband is always complaining. Eilith, turn your eyes up. I like to keep them turned down in public. Too much visual hurly-burly gives me vapors. There. Yes. Are you the server? I'm sorry, but why are we speaking if you are not the server? It is improper to speak to an unaccompanied elder lady of substance without a proper introduction first. It just isn't done. Propriety must be maintained, or there is chaos. Morwena here would have you flogged. Of course, that's not necessary. Why, yes. I'm glad we understand each other. I wasn't sure you would appreciate the subtext. Many pores cannot, you know. But that advantage allows us to care for you of the lower orders in ways you cannot hope to comprehend. Do you understand? Think of the underclasses as if they were a dog. You warn a dog against drinking foul water. But if it is thirsty, it will drink, and it will die. We of the nobility have the understanding, resources, and divinely granted imperative to build a fence around the foul water, thereby protecting the dogs from themselves. Now, do you understand? How else do you explain it? Why were we 3 selected to live within the lofty Empyrean heights of the nobility? Balderdash! Perhaps that is what you and the underclasses mutter to yourselves as you gaze up at us with covetous eyes. But the divine nature of our appointment cannot be denied. How else can you explain why those with inherent skills to lead are chosen to do so? Spoken with the bitter contempt of one who lost that particular lottery. Away with you.
Are you from the planetologist office? I'm getting rather annoyed. Wait, I can't hear you at all. Allow me to engage my enhanced hearing. Only thing the bloody Tlilaxu are good for. There. Now, tell me again, are you from the planetologist office? My grandson Cyprian is the Imperial planetologist here. Of course I am. The boy made planetologist at 25. Cyprian is bound for great things. Cyprian's great-uncle Shaddam thinks very highly of his young nephew. Who else, you silly fool? Are you from the planetologist office?
What? I see no cup in your hand, so why are you in my presence? Are you dumb as well as deaf? Go find my tea before you taste the back of my hand. All you paws look the same. Do you expect me to tell you apart? I don't even know why they bother to give your kind names. You don't name a broom or a shovel, do you? Now piss off.
Why is this person speaking with us? Portafoy, would you remove them from my sight? Wait. Portafoy, disregard last order. We must not physically harm the peasants. I can already hear grandmother's lecture in my head. Oof. It appears that now that I am Imperial planetologist, it is unseemly to harm the paws, even just for fun. Very well, what do you want? From whom? A fellow planetologist, you say? And you've come from the Academy with a message? Oh, yes, him. Oh, he's still alive, then. And he sent you with a report? Yes, Portavoy can take those for further study. And how was Derek? Is he... Well, such a shame. I mean, excellent that he's surviving. I'll be sure to give his report my full attention. Eventually. Kynes? The old planetologist. What does he want with Kynes' work? Oh, I see. I see what he's doing. He's trying to undermine me. He wants proof that Kynes wanted him in this position instead of me. He wants to show the Emperor that he's a better choice for planetologist. Well, it won't happen. Portavoy, destroy those Shigawai reels. And you, turn to Derek and inform him that his request is denied. He will never have access to Kynes' research. Now, be gone from my sight.
Are you from the planetologist office? I'm getting rather annoyed. What expertise do you speak of? Cyprian has the expertise to surround himself with subordinates who can do whatever needs to be done. It's what subordinates are for. How else is he supposed to rule the Atreides girl? The boy can barely write his name. As discussed previously, we three have authored the letters, and it is up to Cyprian to personalize and sign them. A small task, even for him. The Atreides girl will not be able to resist. Yes. Has he signed them?
A good evening to you. It is evening, isn't it? Oh yes, well, while I do steer the wheel of many massive business ventures, my true skill and calling is in carousing.
Welcome to the Matador Room. I am your host, Master Chim. The Arrakeen jurisdiction ends at the top of the stairs. Beyond that line, there is only one rule. Mine. Behave and have a good time. Misbehave, and I ring the bell twice. The first bell summons Ugo. The second calls a stretcher. Now, what are you having? Ugo Ferenzi, our resident doorman and wine steward. Many have tested that theory, and every time they do, I add to a small chest that I keep below the counter. Teeth. Oh, that's not the scary part. The first 100 teeth in the box are Sardaukar. Welcome back. It means the Matador Room is my sovereign ground. I hold sway here. Even the Duke respects that arrangement. It was a condition of my employment. It is tradition for the male heirs of House Atreides to train and master the Corrida de Toros, an ancient sport known as bullfighting. A violent contest between men known as matadors and 600 kilos of raging bull. The old Duke, Paulus Atreides, was the last to pursue the sport, and he was a master. Regrettably, Duke Paulus lost his life in the bull ring. Doubtless the only way he'd want to go, but still, the young Duke lost his taste for the sport. This establishment is a shrine to his memory.
Hello. May I help? I am the assistant manager of the Salusan Bull. As such, I have many duties, but I mostly handle security operation and perform also as the wine steward. Not such a strange story. Boy grows up in a vineyard, boy go to fight in off-world wars, and finally boy follows his liege to a desert hell world. A tale as old as time, eh? See. I served the Duke in the liberation of Ix and the raid on Gidi Prime before my time in the Arrakeen campaign. I don't like to speak about Ix, but I will. Orenzo, my brother. We lose him at the retaking of the Grand Palais. There were two elements in our assault. Gurney Halleck, myself, and the Ixian prince in exile commandeered a suspenser barge and attacked the Grand Palais from above. Meanwhile, Swordmaster Idaho, he led the bulk of the Atreides forces in the main assault on the Palais front gates. Young Enzo was his official messenger boy, and wore the proper tabard to identify him as such, eh? The messengers are unarmed. The messenger tabard is meant to identify and protect its wearer from interference on the battlefield, huh? The forms of Canley are clear on this. But the forms were not obeyed that day. Standing in their way was Commander Kando Garon and an understrength company of Imperial Sardaukar. The Bene Tlilax were in disarray. Their authority collapsed entirely as the native Ixians began to rise up. The Sardaukar were outnumbered and had no reason to stay in the fight. Whatever intrigue the Emperor was involved with on Ix had surely been disrupted, if not foiled utterly. But the Sardaukar do not surrender. Nor do they, it turns out, honor the forms of Canley when they are losing. By all account, Enzo was caught by a dying Sardaukar and had his head dashed apart against the ground. I got the taste for killing Sardaukar that day. An appetite I will never satisfy. The War Master, Gunny Halleck, he led us on a raid against the Baron's secret off-book spice hoard. That one hurt the Baron where it hurt the most. The bottom line. And we all know how extensive the Baron's bottom line is, eh? But the best part was that the Baron could not go crying to the Emperor because his spice hoard was illegal. I'm afraid operational security prevent me from discussing any aspect of the War of Assassin. Very well. None are barred from here, as long as you know your place and keep to it. Then it is not up here, friend. The lower level is for you. Me mama would disagree. To her, I am a sweetheart. Only with the old ladies at the back. They are ruthless.
You're not from around here. But then again, who among us really is? We all come to Arrakeen for the same reason, no? Spice. Have you come for the spice? No one knows everything about Melange. Well, except for the Equan Bedouin, maybe. But they're gone now. After 30+ years running Ornithopter support for Deep Desert Harvesters, I know a thing or two. B Squadron, 1st Fleet, 3rd Deep Desert Fleet. They called us the Habanaya Hotheads. Our job was to fly high, search for worm sign, and give the command deck heads up before the Old Man arrived. The Old Man of the Desert, a.k.a. the Maker, a.k.a. the Great Sandworm. You know, the 500-meter-long behemoths that haunt the sands of Arrakeen and devour everything they come across. Danger don't cover it. If the worms don't get you, the sandstorms will. And if the sandstorms don't get you, the heat surely will. The deep desert is no place for amateurs. I'm retired now. Seemed like a good time to get out after Windsack. That's when everything got a little too political for my tastes. The Spice Miners Guild should be above politics. We serve the Imperium. Our only loyalty should be to the spice flow itself. But like everything else, this war has a way of dividing loyalties, making people take sides. I know someone's got to win in the end. I guess the guild is just a little divided over who that should be. The smugglers, easy. You know the old saying, the spice must flow. Anytime there's even a slight hiccup in the spice flow, the Spacing Guild melts down. They'll do anything to guarantee their supply of melange. Sometimes that means going around CHOAM and finding an off-book vendor. That's where the smugglers come in. They love this war. Chaos is their oxygen. What do you want to know? I like you, off-worlder. And I'll tell you anything and everything you want to know about spice hunting. On that subject, I've forgotten more than most will ever know. But indulge an old Dune man first, if you would. An air of mystery surrounds you, off-worlder. It clings to you like a shroud. And the old snoop in me can't help but wonder how it is that you came to Arrakeen. Your outlaw friend was right. Your continued survival does indeed herald interesting times. Now, do you wish to know about spice hunting? In the guild, we had mobile ground units dedicated to the job. They would range ahead of the factory harvester and extend probes to scrape deep sand samples. When they encountered a buried spice vein or pre-spice mass, they measured the find, mapped it, and called in the mothership. It's an organic mass that forms when small amounts of water mix with the excretions of baby sandworms. The combination is highly combustive and builds pressure until it reaches critical mass. And then, boom. The subterranean mass explodes with incredible force, sending geysers of spice hundreds of meters into the air. It was time for a change, I suppose. Did a little horse trading and got myself an Ornithopter. Now I run Dune Riders, a charter service offering Ornithopter excursions to the deep deserts. I'm expensive. but I'm also the only charter service that guarantees warm sign. You pay the ticket, I'll show you the biggest you ever seen. I'll show you 14.5 million tons of mouth and teeth that'll swallow a 6-deck factory harvester like a sandstorm swallows a fart. My friend, we will gaze into the eye of the Leviathan and see if that bastard don't look back. Now, do you wish to know about spice hunting? Safety is an illusion. The only true way to protect your hide in the spice fields is to know without a doubt that you are never safe. Whether it's the worms, the storms, or the desert itself, death awaits around every turn.
Sook! My friend, you buy some water. Are you kidding me? Am I wearing a red hat? Do I look like an Imperial translator to you? It means water in the old words. Exactly whose old words I cannot say. Now buy something or piss off. Look, my friend, do you want to buy water or not? I have many important places to be. I don't know this science, you freak. It comes from the ice at the polar cap. What do you need to know? It's wet, you drink it, it keeps you alive. Where does your water come from? It comes from the water shippers. You know who they are? It's none of your business who they are. Now beat it before I really lose my temper. Who am I? Who are you? Do you work for the sheriff or something? Why are you asking questions? If you must know, I am a water seller. Daimo Sharawi, Master and Gold Dipper, First Class. A title, an honorific. It means I am a brother in good standing with the United Water Sellers Guild. Now are you going to buy something? Or are you wasting my time? You buy water, yes? Who are the water shippers? Who the hell are you? Asking about the water shippers. If you have business with the water shippers, you will know who they are. And if you don't, then I'd forget I ever heard the name. Lest the water shippers start asking, who are you?
Welcome. How may I assist you? Hello again. Of course. Wait a moment. Is this a test? Is corporate checking up on me? Are you with the Committee on Interstellar Traffic and Trade? Or did Lady Nevildine put you up to this? Are you sure? I think you have to identify yourself if asked directly. I've heard tales of division checking up on vendors, pretending to be punters. Everything is in order. You can check the books. Bring in the bloody Mentat auditors if you like. You sell yourself short, friend. Why merely survive? Why settle for subsistence when you can positively thrive and master your environment? I'm glad you asked. Of course, the answer is very simple. The key to mastering your environment is CHOAM. Our engineers have created the most portable, adaptable, and malleable construction system in the known universe. Our designs are informed by nearly 10 millennia of planetological data, drawn from both Imperial and Old Empire sources. To begin with, our proprietary holographic construction visualizer allows users to preview building sections at full scale and in real time. It means you can custom fit your building layout to suit any terrain configuration. It means you can build anywhere. That, in combination with our Procyon 2 series Frontier modules, provides our users with every requirement of contemporary wilderness living.
You strike me as someone with something to offer the great House Wallach. I have a sense for these things. Our motto is God, Imperium, House. We enjoy a rich history as renowned conquerors. House Wallach attained its name and titles 5 millennia ago. The House's founder was a former Berserk general of the Imperial Sardaukar. To this day, scions of Wallach are sent to be trained by the Sardaukar. House Wallach was once preoccupied with the glory of battle, but has mellowed in recent history, taking a more nuanced approach. There is no better place to perch and sample the intrigues of this contentious planet. My name is Vera Vogel. I proudly serve the needs of the Landsraad envoys of House Wallach here on Arrakis. I'd ask you to tell me about yourself, but I'm already learning a great deal about you as we speak. Enough to know you offer a rare sort of danger or benefit. I would like to explore the latter. Not as such, but you have a good eye. I received some training from a Bene Gesserit. House Wallach enjoys a close relationship with the Sisterhood. Many find our association with the Bene Gesserit to be mysterious, and far be it from me to spoil such mystique.
You were expected. Don't look so shocked. As the Duke's master of assassins, I must know the movement of every grain of sand in Arrakeen. You are free to roam the city as you please. Cause no trouble, and you'll never have to acquaint yourself with the more disturbing aspects of my title.
Greetings. May the tyrant worm bless you. May our fluids honor him. May we all be drained of doubts and the poisons of a sick society.
Yeah, what's your pleasure? You looking to stab, perforate, or vaporize? Tactical or fanatical, we have the tools to suit your every murder need, my friend. The Padishah Emperor is his proper address, I'll thank you. Or His Imperial Excellency, in the improbable event he was to grace you with his presence somehow. But in answer to your question, the portrait of the Emperor is both an icon and a metaphor. It reminds us that while the Emperor cannot be in all places beneath his gaze are his. And why not? The enemies of the Imperium are legion. They gather in the shadows to plot the downfall of all that is right and good. Only the Emperor and his god-benighted Sardaukar legion stand in opposition. The Fremen savage dared to challenge the might of the Imperium, and look what happened to them. You looking to kill something up close or from afar? I mean, for up close, the gold standard is, and probably always will be, the CHOAM Defender. You can't go wrong there. More worlds have been tamed by that piece than any other. But if you're after stopping power and don't mind the extra heft, you'll want to consider the Yakov 111. They call it the gun that settled Arrakis. When Dmitri Harkonnen was granted the fief in 10111, he commissioned a durable, heavy load sidearm to give his men an advantage they could rely on. The Yakov's been dropping Fremen and outlaw scum ever since. Are you looking for a general combat blade or something smaller that fits between the shoulder blades? Looking for a sword then? I know hand-forged artisanal blades are all the rage these days. I've seen those duraluminum tantos coming back from Kaitane, but are you going to trust a fancy blade like that in a knockdown drag-out? When I'm betting my life on the result of a sword fight, I'm making damn sure the cutlery I'm hefting is battle-tested. And for my money, there is no better standard combat blade than the CHOAM Regency pattern side sword. You looking to kill something up close? You're looking for a long gun then. Don't worry, got you covered. Of course, it depends on the distance you want to keep. If you're dealing with a basic room clearing situation with multiple targets, the GRDA 44, that's going to be your best friend. It's a high spread scattergun that will turn a room of soft targets into a sticky pink mist. With the 44, you're guaranteed to be the last heart beating in the room. But if we're talking run and gunning in the Badlands, you're going to want to maximise range and firepower. For that, CHOAM has us covered once again with the Raptor 4 main battle rifle. Everyone knows the Raptor 3 as the long gun that put down the Akazi revolt, but CHOAM engineers have redesigned the platform from stock to muzzle. And now, the Raptor 4 is the absolute pinnacle of accuracy, durability, and kill power. But don't take my word for it. Ask the Fremen. Oh wait, you can't, because they're all dead. But if they weren't, they tell you the Raptor 4 was battle-tested right here on Arrakis. So, if it's good enough for the Sardaukar, it's sure as hell good enough for you. Are you looking for a general a knife, huh? Can't ever go wrong with the CHOAM Alpha Pattern Dirk, aka the Slig Sticker. The boot knife of choice for both Atreides and Harkonnen officers. Your hand will break before the blade does.
The sands beneath Duke Leto's feet may not be as stable as they seem. House Carino loyalists.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw Solaris? How may I assist you? The Solari is the physical medium of exchange in the Imperium. It is circulated in myriad paper and coin denominations, or micro-Solaris as they are known in the Regency world. The Imperial economy relies on the Solari to facilitate transactions and fuel financial growth. The Solari's purchasing power is re-established every 4 centuries at a conclave known as the Imperial Diet. There, negotiations commence between the Emperor and the highest representatives of the Guild and Landsraad. The location and host of the Imperial Diet alternates between the 3 factions. The next is set to occur at Junction, the Guild homeworld, in 277 years. The simple answer is interstellar banking. As part of the Spacing Guild, the Guild Bank is able to utilize the Transport Guild's unmatched projection across the known universe. With this synergy, our guild pursers are able to move any quantity of funds across any quantity of worlds. The joys of interstellar commerce.
Hey there. What do you need? You trying to catch something, or avoid getting caught? Frost speed is what you're after. There are a bunch of engine mods that'll juice top speed and acceleration. But engine mods are only part of the story. If you want to be faster than the next guy, what you need is something extra after you reach top speed. Boost modules give you a significant short-term speed boost at the press of a button. So the next time you're racing to the next hot salvage, you've got some extra zip when redlining it isn't quite enough. If range is what you're after, nothing's going to beat an Ornithopter, but you already knew that. What you're going to need to do to maximize your range is to find the perfect balance between fuel capacity, consumption, and storage. We're not talking about a gunship. You're not going to want to weigh yourself down with heavy weapon pods. What's it to you? You must be mistaken. The only books here are technical manuals. Tell the Akazis that. You know what they did to the families of the rebels after the insurrection was put down? While the insurrection failed, the rebels were well dug in. It would have cost the Emperor a lot in troops and resources to clear them out. But the old Duke Paulus Atreides, who had answered the Emperor's call to help destroy the rebels, had a better idea. Leto's father, Duke Paulus Atreides. You know, he was famously killed in a bullfight. It was all over the Communinet. Anyhow, Duke Paulus had the bright idea to offer amnesty to any insurrectionists who agreed to unconditional surrender. Enough of the rebels believed in the myth of Atreides' integrity to take the old Duke up on his offer. Of course, the Emperor at the time, Shaddam's father, Elrond, waited until Duke Paulus and his forces withdrew before exacting revenge. Elrond quietly deployed a Sardaukar legion to round up the families of rebels and order them all burned alive, man, woman, and child. To hide his crime, Elrond ordered their ashes to be mixed with sculptor's clay and formed into a statue of himself raising his sword in victory. I guess that's what questioning authority gets you.
You look a little lost, friend. You got music to my ears. The basin is a pretty big place. Could you narrow it down a little? Most folks try to stay clear of slaver gangs. Let's try to avoid any potshots from the locals as we take off.
Long have the winds of the Coriolis swept across the mountains and valleys. Shai-Hulud! Yes, Shai-Hulud is at the center and throughout. Shai-Hulud holds our feet above the sound and guides each step we take. That we are ever changeless in our remembering. In direction, Shai-Hulud we triumph over our adversaries. But not all Fremen have kept their bond.
Get the bastard! Push your gun.
I've got you covered. We need to recruit some medical people into the movement. A real physician would be nice, but any sort of chemist or medic would be a start. We've had several folks taken, and there's not a lot we can do for them out here. The whole crew that flew off with Yates on that salvage recovery job have come down sick. Some of them are in a real bad way. People are blaming that bad spice that's supposed to be going around. No one wants to go near them now. Souls.
Identify.
Hey sis, guess who? Just wanted to let you know I'm still alive. Listen, I stumbled into this group. The Sandflies, they call themselves. Used to be spice workers, but they stuck it to their bosses. They gave me food, shelter, water even, for free. I felt guilty about it. So eventually I told them about how I was a slave on the run. These guys embraced me and said, "Welcome home." Can you believe that? Look, I know you're probably mad I ran away and left you behind, but I honestly didn't think I would last a week on a run. But now that I found the Sandflies, I think you should risk it too. My new friends tell me you'd be welcome. Miss you, sis.
back up! I need support!
Weapon empty!
By an Imperial dog. Need to reload.
You've arrived at Botanical Testing Station number 76. I'm Station Leader Reimar Thuringer. We at the station have been assigned the task of exploring the viability of numerous commercially important botanical species from across the Imperial. Here, on Arrakeen. I knew this would be a difficult assignment, but it has proven all but impossible. Face it, this planet is a far cry from Ekaz. Do they really expect to grow fogwood, alaka, or sappho root here?
Someone's here.
Well, we might have more success with some of the species native to Guinea Prime. Anything that can survive that hellish environment might have a chance on this one.
Made a wrong turn. Someone's here. I've got you covered.
blow from an Inkvine lash marks the target with a permanent beet-colored scar. But that's just the start of it. The Inkvine scar never quite heals, nor does the intense pain, which can linger on for many years or even decades. That's what makes the Inkvine lash so feared. The presence of an Inkvine lash should be enough to break even the most stubborn captive. Too many strokes will leave a victim crippled by pain and of little value in the slave markets.
Attention, rope makers! Do not use your fingers to extract fibers from the vines. Crimscale fibers claw tighter as you pull. You will lose circulation and fingers. Fingerless workers have no value to our operation. Use the tools.
On testing the products was distasteful, but the captive's attempt to kill me certainly made it more palatable. Despite his size, a single strand of crimscale rope was sufficient to completely restrain the subject. The more he struggled, the tighter it became. I can only assume from his howls of agony that the Inkvine lash performed as intended. As a further note, a strand of crimscale placed around the throat is an effective means of silencing a prisoner. Any attempt at vigorous shouting causes the crimscale to draw tighter. Be warned, this will almost certainly prove fatal if coupled with the agony of Inkvine blows.
Keep those hands off your weapons. Name's Dax Raider. I came to Arrakis on House McCarroll business. I do the dirty work, so our envoys don't have to. Keep those gloves nice and clean. Me being assigned to the position gives me a gash of a grin, because it pisses off all the right people. You see, we raiders are less of a minor house and more of a congregation of pirates and slavers serving House McCarroll. We supply the human goods. In fact, that's what brought me to this particular patch of hellscape. I have some business to conduct with the nearby slavers. Funny how the houses turn their noses up at us, but come calling when they need their monolithic wonders built. The universe runs on cheap labor. I've met your kind. You always manage to hold your noses and step into my stink the moment you need something big done. Just look to our house words. We hold the chains. That's how things get done in the cold universe. Our home world is Stengrid. Huge swaths of fertile plains full of herd animals we brought from ancient Earth. But that's not what we're famous for. I won't dance around it. Our history is built on slaves. Same as the Imperium. You either hold the chains or wear them. I made my choice. House Mikaro clawed its way up to major house status by facing the ugly truth of it all. How right you are. Understand that, and you'll understand how useful our favor can be. Well, our trade takes us to many planets, and so our database of alien flora and fauna is second to none. But no one talks about that.
Shields up!
identify yourself. Shields up!
Some of our scouts have just returned. They report that the Khidr is thick with new scavenger camps. The skies above are heavily trafficked by both warring houses, and the destruction they rain upon the desert draws the scavvies like flies. The bounty is harvest, as my father would say, and easy pickings. At this point, we just need to be moving as many live bodies as possible. Quantity over quality. We are processing 2 slave hunts per week when we should be processing 4 or 5. Our scouts in the Graben report they're tracking several bands of deserters. I know their reward money would be nice, but more often than not, the deserters are better equipped and trained than our guys. It's not worth the effort. For now, let us focus our captured teams on the Khidr and knock some heads, as my father would say. We need to get Lord Rabban his mala before we become that mala.
Progress on the construction of Neo-Karthag is lagging far behind where it should be. This is due in no small part to a lack of adequate labor. Yet, I hear reports that the wild places of the world are crawling with scavengers, brigands, and fugitives of every sort. Take your forces to Jamal Eifrit and bring me the slaves we need. Do not fail me in this, Kunladi. The only thing that separates your criminal family from the scavengers is your Imperial sanction as a supplier of critical infrastructure. It's time to supply that infrastructure, or you will be part of it. Lord Rabban.
You
down!
Throwing grenade!
Someone's here!
Shield on!
You're obviously not one of the Harkonnen logistics officers I've been working with. If you have some other business with House Moritani, spit it out. I am Captain Lupino Ord, here in this desert wasteland to stand for the interests of House Moritani on Landsrad business. It is my duty to advise my superiors about events and conditions on Arrakis that may affect the interests of our house, and those of our allies. If you're not an ally of House Moritani, then you are most likely an enemy. The martial prowess of House Moritani is known and feared throughout the Imperium, as is our industrial munitions capacity. More lives have been claimed by weaponry of Moritani manufacture than any other, a statistic we quote proudly. In fact, the Raptum 4 platform was battle-tested right here on the Imperium Legion. So you know, if it's good enough to kill a Fremen, it's certainly good enough for you. I do have some current business with House Harkonnen, but my house is proud to say that our weapons are fired from both sides of this conflict.
I'm so sorry, darling, but I'm way above your pay grade. Do come back if you gain relevance.
No, you're not on my list.
You seem fit enough. But don't take that as a compliment. My standards are low. Care to train in the ways of the Mentat? Before I can teach you, I must know that you are capable. I have tasks for you that are exceedingly simple, yet necessary. Just as you see, I am a Mentat skilled in a particular art very much in demand on Arrakis, and in particular by my colleague, Peter de Vries. Unfortunately for you, it's not fashion. You could stand some tutelage in that regard. Still, no less useful is my skill, assassination. More than I have been accused of. That ratio is important to an assassin. So, do you want to train or not? A man of incomparable talent and ingenuity in the art of assassination. He has no equal. Even if he went the Baron's closest advisor, I very seriously doubt it. I am among the few he will make time for. Let's just say that when people think of me, they think of death. So, do you want to train or not? Certainly.
That? Do I know you? The hell are you talking about? Let me enjoy my downtime. Now there's one who enjoys their samuta. As for me, capsules keep best out in the field. But if you have wine, easy enough to crack one open. Wine is fine, but the way to truly appreciate the experience is samuta music, eh? Starting to think you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Piss off! Right. Elevating. A tonal rhythms vibrating down your sympathetic nervous system accelerates the samuta, quakes you from sore to never. Wait, how long have we been talking? Really riding the wave. Fellow enthusiast, but who are you to get so chummy with me? Don't remember you sang. If you're nobody, then you're a samuta dream. Kindly float away. What? Sorry, I don't understand. No, it's not like that. I am on downtime. I can handle this stuff. I'm just following Kazmir's example. Maxim's the biggest samuta user of all time. He's got the best suppliers. I've seen him take a dose that would put a bull in a coma. We chase our hungers. We emulate the Baron. In his own words, satiation is the virtue of the weak. Yeah? All right then. Is that it? All right then. Be seeing you.
Still alive? Well done. It's a good look on you. All this delights me greatly. Someone who is adept at both combat and persuasion is ready for greater things. Yes, I see opportunity in you. However, others in my house think you're too chummy with Anton Tolliver. Understand, I trust you, but they do not. I desire for our fortunes to rise together. There is a solution to our dilemma. You must blackmail poor, simple Anton. Easy pickings. I hold up a rare opportunity. To seize it, you must commit.
Welcome back. If you're eager for work, I have just the thing.
Well played. Such subtlety proves you're ready for more delicate and important tasks.
I agree. You've shown unusual promise. I have one worry. Namely, you still seem a little too friendly with Maxim Casimir over there. I would like to see you rise in the ranks, and there is a solution to this doubt. I want you to blackmail Maxim.
Welcome. Would you like to How much Stellaris would you like to deposit?
You're back. I've been looking for you, Boot. Where the hell have you been? I wasn't sure you were coming back. Did you get the damn transmitters? Let me see. Oh, this is very good work, Boot. Very, very good. Allow me some alone time with my prize, and I will reward you with training. Well, what do you think it is? You ever eat spiced Hadari buns? Or pretty much any grabbing cuisine. Slig rolls with that spiced hot sauce. Come on. You wouldn't say that if you knew how they were made. But the point is, if you've eaten those, you've ingested melange. And the fact is, as much melange as we consume in a day, the digestive system can only absorb so much. The rest becomes... And if melange is the most valuable substance in the known universe, you think a little fecal matter is going to dissuade the bottom feeders from scooping that shit up? Literally? Come on, you've never heard of the Dung Pickers Guild? It's actually a sanctioned Imperial guild with a secret handshake and everything. Presumably, they wash their hands first. You're not a trooper yet, Boot. And you owe me some technology that bloody works! Nothing you recovered worked! Every slave transmitter is key to a specific model of implant, and none of the transmitters you found were key to anything useful. I got mad and smashed them all. Then it isn't a total loss, Boot. I'll train you, but you'll have to find more transmitters. I'm working on it. Come back later, and we'll see what my source digs up. You're back. All right, Boot. You ready for another mission? I need more transmitters. No. Something's wrong. I left my usual signal at the dead drop we use, but it hasn't been checked. No. If I tell you something's wrong, Boot, something's wrong. I have a guy with the smugglers called Tuco. Been tracking servo stim transmitters for me. Till he went dark. That's exactly what you're going to find out, Boot. The coordinates are in the contract. If Tuco isn't there, you're going to have to find Anushka Hanavar at her bar. She takes orders for the local black market. If anyone knows where Tuco is holed up, it's her. Order a Kirana brandy with a Sidrit twist, and she'll know you're cool. As always, the details are in the contract, Boot.
Something approaches me. In order to determine if it is an aid or an impediment to my plans, I must dissect it. Mentally, of course. You remain of little interest. For the moment.
Look,
Credentials? Then beat it! I don't have time to waste on you.
Welcome, stranger. If you come seeking treatment, I have all manner of locally sourced natural remedies for whatever ails you. Do not underestimate the potency of ground Zithtrakian antlion eggs. An amount no greater than the head of a pin can instigate the regeneration of necrotized tissue at the cellular level. On more primitive worlds, they believe it is magic. What is there to tell? I am a simple herbalist, plying my trade in a troubled world. Well, whoever told you that is mistaken. While I do offer healing services, they are of a simple naturopathic variety.
Yes, I see you. State your business. This is not the den of leisure and luxury it appears to be. I am busy. What do you want? That remains to be seen. What I can do is provide access to certain resources, or the tools to mine them yourself. If you have already got all that, I can set you up with what you need to start refining those resources. Grigori Harkonnen is the village lord, has been for nearly 2 centuries. But since the destruction of Carthage, Glosuraban often appears. Much to Grigori's displeasure, it is said. One can easily imagine a fair number of reasons. Glosuraban is not a subtle man. His presence is to the displeasure of just about everyone he meets. Whatever do you mean? I merely said it would be a pleasure to assist you. Now, let us get on with it before you're accidentally struck with a welding laser. This can be a dangerous area. That depends on what you are looking for, friend. Whether I tell you or not depends on how generous I'm feeling at that moment. I will tell you this much. There is plenty of salvage in the area. It is more useful than the name implies, and a resource that is near to my heart. I am always interested in articles of that type. Come see me anytime, and I will give you a price above all others. That wasn't much Solari. Now? I think you had better try again another time. I'm feeling unappreciated. I will tell you this much. I am always in... That wasn't much Solari.
I see you. Just a moment. I mean no offense by my delay. My limbs do not respond as quickly as they once did. You will be wanting a dram of my water, is that right? Oh, I have lived here all my life. Even so, I don't think I can tell you very much. My father knew so much of this place, a story for every moment. He was a fine man. It's been Harko Village since before I was born, but my father told me that not much before my time, it was called Gerona, before the Harkonnen came. Their name is lost to my memory, but many riches they had. My father spoke of them many times. I remember because he wished the Harkonnen never came. Father said life before the Harkonnen was hard, but not cruel. The Harkonnen changed everything, but it's all I've ever known. Oh, so many, many things. Old stories of our people, songs he taught me. But there was one thing I still remember, because it always set my mind to dreaming. I'll say, but only if you never tell another. I will trust you. He said that Harko hides a great secret. I know every old place has secrets, but this was different. If you find it, you'll tell me, won't you? I trace my blood through theirs, yes. But we here have grown far from our brothers and sisters out in the far reaches of the desert. I myself have never even seen the inside of a siege. Oh, I know nothing of their world, but understand, a location is of no use to you. You will find nothing if they do not wish to be found. Fortunate for someone like you. Meeting them would be only the beginning of your troubles. This is their world, their home. Outfriend bring nothing but misery. To the Fremen, you may serve only as water for the tribe.
Hello. If you're planning to head out to collect spice, I have all that you need. Is it not the reason we are all here? Spice is life, but more importantly, spice is wealth. With spice, everything is possible, and it's right out there for the taking. If you can avoid everything that will kill you, which is everything. Eager to get out there, are we? I know very well how you feel. The riches you've dreamt of seem within reach, don't they? Well, you still have some distance to cover. When you first start out, you will be able to do little more than grab it with your hands, but you won't get much that way. It tends to slip through the fingers. It's best to get a static compactor. Well, down the road, when you're ready, we can talk about getting your hands on a crawler. That is all there is to it. Where there are worms, there is spice. Plenty right here. But the deep desert, out beyond the shield wall, is where the real fortunes lie. For the time being, I would leave that to the adults. You had best cut your teeth within reach of Harko. Just watch for those purple spice blows, and get in quick. Of course, though I can see why you might think otherwise. I don't look like those other sand eaters, right? Too young, too clean. Yes, I will admit I'm spending less time on the dunes these days. To be honest, I've done well for myself, and prospecting's more of a sideline now. Avoid? Everywhere is as good as any to get yourself murdered on Arrakis. But you might want to avoid anything promising something worse than death. No, don't listen to a word from Asmara Effendi or any of her smuggler comrades. At least the scavengers know they are scavengers. Smugglers are hardly any different. But that is not how they see it. According to them, any trade not claimed by a house is theirs. Like they are the only legitimate thieves in this world. Little emperors they are. But never mind, that is a small matter. And you have greater things ahead.
I'm going to stop you right there and say straight off that for any repair, construction, or renovation job, I'm booked solid through the next 8 months. So don't even ask. Best I can do is maybe let you have a few supplies, what little I can get my hands on, that is. War's great for repair work, but the supply chain's as gone as the Fremen.
Yes? What can I do for you? Yes, no. What that lot believes is as hard to grasp as the water they rob. They claim to be Fremen, but also despise the Fremen. Perhaps you can untangle their minds. But be mindful, their leader Nada may not be Saidina, but it's certain that she is powerful. She has a strong hold on her believers. There remain some local town Fremen. You could ask one of them. Of course, they will tell you nothing. You are right. This is a Harkonnen place. If I were still with my unit, I would not survive long here. Now the Harkonnen regard me with hateful indifference. A status I have won by no easy means. That, my friend, is for another time. Try to stay alive until then, if you are able.
Simple rules and you'll have a good time. Rule number 1. We maintain a segregated lounge. You must stay within your own designated caste area. The Na Familia will not abide a low-born interloper, and I don't want to hear the bitching. This rule is for your own protection. They sit around waiting for any excuse to invoke Canley and kill you where you stand. Rule number 2. All drinks cost what they cost. You pay up front, no haggling, and no discounts for any Harkonnens. Don't even ask. Rule number 3, stay out of the back room. It's off limits. I'm Anushka Hanavar. This is my place. The same thing that happens to any poor savages that don't submit to the Imperial yoke. My world had its own primitives that suffered the same fate. The ones who adapt survive. The Fremen had no chance against the Sardaukar. At its heart, a village like any other. At least it was before they came. Grigori Harkonnen was an unusually agreeable village lord, especially for a Harkonnen. But then Carthage was destroyed, and all those great house bastards took up here in Harko. Glossu the Beast Rabban and his snake Vementat. A name I shall not utter lest his evil gaze turns upon me. Have to hand it to Grigory, though. He played it exactly right and stood aside before the beast could push him from the spire. I speak the truth, that is all. The beast can eat Yazla. Our loyalties were to Count Abelard Rabban, not his demon son. The Count used to sail with Father on whaling expeditions. It was Abelard who presented us with this beer hall in gratitude for ending Krasinok's reign of terror. But I think Father looks at the boon as more of a retirement gift from an old friend for a life of loyal service. It said Glossu strangled his father to death with his bare hands. I pray it's not true, but it said that's how the beast got his name. Wise? No. But wisdom is in shorter supply than water on Arrakis. I say what I think, and there's nothing they can do about it. I know where the bodies are buried. I know their big secret. A hidden truth about this town that would bury them all if it ever found the right ears. And they know I have contingencies in place. Should it's a stalemate. I mess with them and they can't do anything about it. But they know I'm stuck here. Father is too old to go anywhere else. And I won't leave him. So they've got me where they want me. Until he's gone. But that's another conversation. Because you've never been to my homeworld. Every millimeter of stonecrete, every glass portal, and every shape beam in here is meant to invoke a unique construction detail found only on the ice planet, Lenkivale. In truth, we are shamelessly borrowing from the renowned design mentat Hansia Einwald, but I like to think he would be flattered if he wasn't dead. The nautical theme and ornamentation celebrates our homeworld's most famous export, the magnificent and priceless furs of the great Beyondak's whale, the bones of which hang suspended above the beer hall as our dramatic centerpiece. This particular specimen was an especially infamous and fearsome beast known as Krasinok. Me? That's a good laugh. No, that would be my father, Ilyich. He was a whaleboat captain in his younger days. In fact, father was granted this place as a boon for catching the beast. Krasinok sent more than 30 boats to the bottom before father finally took it. 11 men and 4 limbs were lost in the 8-day running battle with the beast. Narrow harpoons bristling from its ivory hide like a hedgehog. A hide that now hangs behind the Baron's rather ample habitus as a fancy dress cape.
I knew you'd be back. Only a matter of time. Kahraman Rais is my name. Mechanic. Not the only one, but I'm the only one I'd recommend. There are a lot of people in Harko you don't want to deal with. Some would take the water right out of your mouth. This place has a way of making people mean. Ah, but I'm sure you mean what can we do for each other, huh? Well, you can find fuel here, but also tools and packs for repair. I've got access to vehicle schematics, too. If any of that interests you, I'm sure we can come to an arrangement. Look around. This isn't a paradise like Chusuk. On Arrakis, every day is a battle. And Harko fights dirty. You can try to do the right thing, but eventually, like a worm, it pulls you down to where you're doing things you never thought you were capable of. It's a question of survival, and the shape it takes depends on the pressure applied. But listen to me, going on about pressure. Ugh, I must have that jammed pneumatic stamp on my mind. You know, Einar's asked after it 3 times this week. Can you believe? What's on your mind? I assume you mean the Semuta and not me. I am quite particular about my hygiene, my friend. Not myself, no. But after Mother died, my father found solace in the escape the drug provides. Now the little that is left of him yearns for nothing else. It is a dismal, blind alley to travel. Mind you keep clear of Semuta.
Welcome, stranger. What business have you with House Alexan? The name is Graham Candace, diplomatic envoy for House Alexan. I think that's my title anyway. it's a bit complicated. Truth be told, I'm just a glorified farmer. More at ease with gourd seeds than politics. But they needed to send someone, and, well, here I am. Why am I here, you ask? Well, that's an easy one. One only has to gaze at the dull glow across the horizon for a quick answer. The Neo-Carthag project is our single largest client on Arrakis. The Mala contingent alone consumes more food than 2 cities the size of Arrakeen. Among other duties, such as meeting with people like you. If you haven't heard of House Alexin, you will soon. Our influence grows rapidly into hearts, minds, and, most of all, stomachs. We're traditional farmers and producers. We feed half the Imperium at any given time and make sure that nobody from Mala to Noble goes hungry. Oh, but you're wrong. Arrakis has the greatest crop of all, melange. A part of my mission here is to study the methods of harvesting and find options. Alas, I've said too much on this topic. Please, I'm not really the person to ask. You need to have signed a contract of allegiance to a major house to even participate, as I understand it.
Welcome, fellow citizen. How is it that the Imperial Tax Administratum can assist you today? I'm afraid that's a matter you would have to take up with the Imperial Bailiff Authority. In most cases, you would simply be given additional time to pay, at the end of which you would pay, or be remanded to a local debtor's prison until your outstanding balance was settled. Unfortunately, that second outcome mostly equates to the death penalty, or so I'm told. Apparently, the pox is rife within the dungeons, and one is not expected to survive very long. So pay those taxes. I am the duly appointed agent of the Imperial Tax Administratum, a small but critical cog in the mighty economic engine that drives our glorious Imperium ever forward. An engine, I may add, that requires a nearly incalculable and inexhaustible source of fuel to continue forward. And what do you think that fuel is? Of course, it's money. Indeed, your salary contributions, whether they be from property tithes, regional taxes, or the like, keep our great engine lurching ever forward. And it is my sacred duty to collect them. They are remitted to the Imperial Treasury to be dispersed as our great Padishah Emperor and his Mentat auditors see fit. I'm sure there's a war somewhere that needs paying for. There isn't much to tell. One provincial backwater is much the same as the next, although I'll admit some are less desolate than others. While Harko has the makings of something more, I'm afraid that potential will never be realized under the current administration. While I'm certain that Count Raban has the village's best interests at heart, I'm afraid he is all consumed with the Neo-Carthag construction project. And unfortunately, Neo-Carthag is both over time and over budget, which leaves the Count with little bandwidth for village matters. And Harko suffers as a result. Why Count Raban doesn't simply restore the village's previous and rightful lord to the position is beyond me. It's Count Raban's own cousin, Grigori Harkonnen, a most agreeable and competent village headman if there ever was. Grigori was the custodian of Harko long before the beast and his retinue arrived, and will be so again when Neo-Carthag is finally complete. Not even the Baron himself can predict that. No, the project has been plagued in every way possible. From sabotage to sandstorm damage to the theft of key construction materials, which are then offered back to Count Raban at an exorbitant markup. Thus far, Neo-Carthag has been an unmitigated disaster. Believe me, I've seen the books.
Greetings, stranger. What can I do for you? My name is Darina Danil. I have the distinct privilege of serving the Landsraad representatives of House Pinnacle here on Arrakis. Though mine is a double calling. I'm also a chef sought out by the nobles of many houses. Good taste unites us. That is not untrue. Our society produces paragons among assassins and poisoners, as well as culinary masters. You are certainly one of rarefied tastes. Our food is that good. The things I can do with Maro's deer would make a paranoid man risk it all. Besides, ours is a society that cleaves to the laws of Khanli and the rules of conduct in the War of Assassins. We are that code's most devoted servants. Ours is a culture where politeness and coyness walk hand in hand. It is vulgar to say who is and who is not a practicing assassin. I will say that Harko Village offers multiple levels of opportunity for my house, not the least of which is the demand for a skilled chef. House Harkonnen is a house of appetites, after all. From our homeworld of Drem, House Pinnacle produces the finest assassins deployed throughout the Imperium. For a price. Dangerous? Yes. However, our code of conduct is disciplined and beyond reproach. We cleave to the laws of Khanli. We perfected the precepts of a war of assassins. Following these rules costs far less lives than open war. Our precise discipline and the art of death actually saves lives across the Imperium. The math does not lie. That is why we've come to Arrakis. Why we lobbied among the Landsraad for the conflict between Duke and Baron to be a war of assassins.
I've not seen you before. Pray, what can you want from me? If you are asking where my allegiance lies, my sisters and brothers are smugglers. I'm with them. Who can say? Perhaps they're in the sand. Perhaps not. Some say they will return with a storm. By being reliable. By being more than a common thief, like Einar over there. Not the word I would use for that thieving addict. But yes, the spice prospector. Be wary of that one. Of that I have no doubt. He is the kind to put his hand in another's pocket and shout, "Thief!"
And what are you supposed to be?
I don't recognize the pattern of your footfalls. Who are you? Oh, you're in dubious luck, then. I am an adept of the Ginaz school. Millennia of martial knowledge distilled down to the broken form before you. Though I'm but a mangled memory of Saren Valen, a memory is enough to thrash you. Keep your distance. Seems there's an old custom on this cruel planet to cast the blind out among the dunes for burial by way of Wormbelly. Several curs accosted me to uphold that tradition. I scribed regret upon their flesh in so bold a signature as they won't soon forget. On guard.
Whether you are worthy or not, my days of training are long gone. Still, there's something you could do for me, and maybe we can reach an accord. In a recent scrape, I gave as good as I got. But the knaves made off with the last possession that is important to me. The hilt of my old Gnaz sword. Find out who did this, and I would find myself obliged to you. Off you go then.
Welcome back. That's a special drink. Fresh citric juice is hard to come by on Arrakis. Was there anything else with that? You're the second one looking for Tuco in the past week. Same thing I'm gonna tell you. Most of my clientele don't want to be found. And I don't ever ask. Half the Blackhearts in the basin know the passphrase. That and a Solari will get you a cup of coffee. Kara sent you, huh? I warned her about dealing with Tuco. He's as greasy as it gets. Tuco must have finally ripped off the wrong mark, and they want him dead. It's actually surprising it took this long. Tuco's a slippery bastard. Won't be easy if he doesn't want to be found. See that room at the back? Normally, I would advise anyone and everyone to stay the hell out of there if they like the skin on their bodies. It's a Samut lounge. The smugglers use it to coordinate their Harko operations. He doesn't have a choice if he wants to avoid pissing off Fenring any more than he already has. The smugglers keep a ledger in there to coordinate dead drops. Tuco's in that book somewhere. If you want to find him, you need to walk into that back room like you belong there and check the book for yourself. It's written in code, of course, but if you can look it over and report back, I may be able to figure out where Tuco is holed up.
A kitten wanders in from the dark, lost and afraid. Can I help you, kitten? Oh, kitten. If you needed to know that, you'd know. Why don't you come back and talk to me when you have something to talk to me about?
Welcome back. That's a special drink. Was there anything else with that? This is just an informed guess, but I'm pretty sure that code refers to a dead drop on top of one of the rock spires in Jamal Eifrit.
Oh, look, the kitten is back. Do we have business? Easy, kitten. You ought to buy me a drink before opening with a crazy rant like that. Who did what to whom? Oh, perhaps not so crazy after all. What would you like, a pat on the head? I'm a professional intermediary. Even I do not know who hired me to arrange this. Now, you could escalate things, but no one would like the results of that, and you still wouldn't have answers. We could go through all that drama, or I could placate you by telling you exactly where to find the sandflies who did this, and you can wring what satisfaction you can from their necks. I've marked the location on your sync chart. Their base is in the Para north of Hagga Basin. Don't expect a warm welcome, and don't mention my name.
Did he listen? Do I have access to the research of Kynes? Why? Why does it harm him to let me see the work that Kynes was doing? Did I ever tell you why I became a planetologist? Maybe you're right. Just leave me alone for a while, will you?
Oh, we meet again. The rhyme of your stride betrays you. Yes? I see. Then I would like to amend our contract. Bring back my sword hilt. Do what you must to the sandflies. All that matters is the sword hilt. It's all I have left of my past. Please bring it to me. I will train you if you do. meet again. The rhyme of your stride betrays you. Yes? Place it in my hand. Yes. Yes. Even without eyes, my hands know this hilt. Its familiar heft is as comforting as an old friend. You have my gratitude. And I have no interest in doing that. Drop it now. Because I already know. My apologies. I already know who did this. You look upon a broken man, living in the refuse of his ideals and former glory, kept alive by an enemy who respects him too much to let him die. Forgive me if my trust in humanity is shattered. Let the story alone. Let's keep this simple. You've earned some training. Are you ready? Then let us begin. Let the blade fill your hand. Let the blade become your hand. Be mindful of your breathing and listen carefully to my words. Remarkable. There are fighters who possess natural talent, but you are beyond that. Your muscle memory is that of someone far more experienced.
You're back. Did you find Tuco? Oh, damn it, Tuco. I loved you like the degenerate shitbag uncle you thought you were. It's true. You never missed an opportunity to rip me off. When your hands weren't in my pocket, they were on my ass. But you always had my back. Rest in peace, Uncle Tuco. I guess I owe you some training, Boot. You're back. I feel like a clutch of Centrixian flatworms are having an orgy in my skull. I need you to shoot me, Boot. Put me down like a syphilitic Kulon. It's the withdrawal, Boot. The stimulation from the implant. It's like nothing you've ever experienced before. Think of the greatest spice high, mixed with the most powerful orgasm you've ever had. Except it goes on. Before long, you find yourself doing anything. As long as they hit that button one more time. It was the only thing that kept me in line. They had me, and there was nothing I could do about it. I only escaped because we came here. The static interference disrupted the control deck. But even though I got away, I never really got away. In my wildest dreams, I never imagined how dependent I'd grown on that stimulation. Its absence is excruciating. If you don't shoot me in the face, you're going to have to find me some stims. They're the only thing keeping me right side up. And I'm fresh out. There's a back alley surgeon in Harko, Dr. Kumari. She doesn't like me very much, but she won't turn you away. Find her. Show her this list of symptoms. She'll know what to do. As always, Boot. The details are in the contract.
Welcome, stranger. If you come seeking treatment, I have all... Kara sent you. Well then, you can turn around and piss right off to whatever hole she found you in. Her name is shit around here. None of your bloody business. What's the matter with her now? She must be suffering terribly. If I were you, I would go quickly and find someone who gives a shit. Look, even if I wanted to help her, which I don't, I haven't been able to get medical supplies in weeks. Tell you what, if you can fix my medical supply issue, I'll help Sergeant Valk, as much as it pisses me off to do so. Talk to Anushka Hanova. She'll point you in the right direction.
Welcome back. That's a special drink. Was there anything else with that? It's not my fault. Harko wasn't built to support this many people and doesn't have a starport that will accommodate most transport freighters. The only way to get supplies here is in small loads by Ornithopter or overland, and that's proving to be a big problem. Medical supplies used to come by ground courier through the Udom, but that run is too dangerous these days. And while the Mascarat are getting aggressive across the sector, one nest stands out as particularly troublesome. So if someone were to pacify that nest, I might be able to convince my contacts that it's worth the risk to start shipments again.
Great Father Eternity, awake and arise to punish the wicked. Spare not those who revel in iniquities. The righteous will rejoice as they require assistance. Their hands will be washed in the water of the wicked. Bring forth in your holy name.
Welcome back. That's a special drink. Fresh citron. Was there anything else with that? Very good then. Tell Dr. Kumari she can expect supplies through the usual channels from now on.
Welcome, stranger. If you come seeking treatment, I don't know how many wastelanders you slaughtered to make this happen. But thank you. Ah, the paradox of civilization. To maintain it, we must act as savages. Here are the stims Kara requires, free of charge. Of course! What kind of doctor would I be without drugs? We are square now. Don't darken my doorway again.
You're back. Did you find Kumari? Please say you did. Please. I promise to walk the honorable path for the rest of my days. Let's see. A good work, Trooper. I knew I could count on you. Give them here. Normally I would ask you to leave, but honestly, I just need a fix. Look away if you're squeamish. Oh, there it is. Damn. Dr. Kumari knows how to mix chems. Good work, Trooper. You came through. Don't get cocky, Trooper. You executed a high-risk mission. Congrats. And now, you're going to do it again. And then you'll do it again. 'Cause that's what it means to be a trooper. You get the jobs no one wants. The jobs that get you killed. I still owe you training, but I need some downtime first. Go get yourself drunk or laid, or better yet, drunk and laid. You can find me later. You're back. Very good, Trooper. You've come a long way. Let it go, Trooper. That story doesn't show me in a very good light. You're finally starting to look like a trooper. But don't let up. You need to constantly hone that edge. Use the local banditry for target practice. And while you're out there counting outlaw scalps, swing by Dr. Kumari and get me more of those good stims. The details are in the contract, Boot.
Welcome, stranger. If you come seeking treatment, and I need a pleasure thrall hung like a Tarnarian bullpig, we don't always get what we want. That depends on whether you would consider a 30-meter phallus exceptional or not. Yes, in mating season, the Tarnarian bull sow burrows herself deep in the ground until a male is drawn near by her pheromone. When the male arrives, it, for lack of a better word, unspools its penis and penetrates the loose soil as it probes for the female. Wait until you hear where she lays her eggs. She's never even apologized. I don't know if I can. Did you actually hear her say that? Well, when I hear it from her, I will think about it. We did have a bloody good time together. But until then, no more free stims. 1,000 Solaris, or pound sand. You know, I warned Kara these won't work forever. She needs a permanent fix.
I've been waiting for you, Trooper. The withdrawal is creeping back up. I need those stims. Have you been out in the Badlands honing your skills? Let's see. Oh, good work, Trooper. I knew I could count on you. Give them here. No, and she doesn't have to, because you're going to get me that master transmitter. I'm working an angle right now. It's too early to say anything. I don't want to jinx it. Okay, so I don't exactly have another in with the smugglers. But I do know a scraphead who's been keeping his one good eye peeled. I don't know, but I trust him. He'll know it when he sees it. I trust him to know his business. He's one of Fenring's agents in the Hagga Basin, who also happens to broker intel on the side. It just looks that way, Trooper. But the deck gets thinner every time. I need that transmitter soon, because the stims aren't going to work forever. You've been loyal, Trooper. You've executed every mission set before you, no matter how perilous. I guess I owe you the truth. My lord was sworn to Archduke Ikaz. Our house miner was granted the administration of a remote mining system on the edge of Ikaz space. We shared system defense with House Gauger, the house charged with the actual mineral extraction. When the feud between Ikaz and Moritani ignited to open war, House Gauger took the opportunity to move against us. They swore fealty to Baron Harkonnen, who was himself allied with House Moritani. The price of their betrayal was the head of my lord. For over 5 centuries, we fought and bled alongside House Gauger. In fact, they chose a banquet celebrating our long kinship to drug our food. We slept, oblivious as our lord and his family were slaughtered. Only the intervention of the House Gauger War Master saved us from the same fate. Instead, we were shackled, branded, and sold as Mala. Not necessarily a preferable outcome. That's a story for another day. I'm sick of reminiscing. You'll be sorry you said that, Trooper. It's time to step things up a notch. I have an advanced technique for you. You're back. There you are, Trooper. I've been waiting for you. I always wondered, if life is a rainbow, why doesn't it include black? Like the space between the stars. The stims aren't working anymore. Only Samuda helps. I need this damn implant out of my head. If Dr. Kumari is a real sook, she has the training to take it out. But it's dangerous. The implant contains an 8 microgram strontium charge. Enough to kill me and blow the good doctor's arms off. Yes, the same master transmitter we've been after since the start. It just so happens my information broker made contact. Seems a known courier was tracked to a slaver base near the Hand of Khidr. If any slave crews are buying a master transmitter, there'll be a record of it there. I want you to find that base and kill them all. Consider it a training exercise. It'll be good target practice. See if you can find a shipping manifest and bring it back. The details are in the contract, Trooper. Good hunting. Report, Trooper. Did you discover the manifest? Let's see. Good work. I knew you'd get the job done, Trooper. Don't worry about the code. My good friend, Master Chim, will crack it. I've contacted Dr. Kumari and told her to prep for the procedure. I told you not to worry about that, Trooper. Master Chim will get us a name and a location. Right now, your mission is to secure my ride to Harko. An ex-Dune man, Campos Damari, runs an Ornithopter charter service out of the Arrakeen Sook. He mostly takes bored nobles out to see the big worms. but he also has a sidekick running contraband between the villages. You're going to make contact with Damari and tell him you want to ship a live package to Harko, but you want to avoid docking fees. Come back to me when it's set. As always, Boot, the details are in the contract.
It's you again. Come to share your secrets this time. If you want to avoid docking fees, that costs extra. Call it the smuggler's paradox. 3,000 Solaris will cover my fuel and the bribes we must pay. Throw on an extra 1,000 for my time. Very good. I'll get your package to Harko and back.
You're back. I've been waiting for you, Trooper. Did you secure my transportation to Harko? Well done, Trooper. You've gone above and beyond. That's not something I take lightly. If we were in any kind of real military formation, I'd recommend you for a promotion. It's been an honor training you, Trooper. I thought my days as an instructor were behind me forever. But somehow, the spark is still there. I have you to thank for showing me that. Good news on that front. Very good news. We have a name. A real black-hearted piece of shit, too. You'll be doing the known universe a favor. The Mark is a slave lord called Nallus. And I'll take it as a personal favor if you make sure he leaves this world screaming. Nallus was the pig that put the servo-stimulator implant into my head. In my deepest moments of pain and despair, I sustained myself by imagining his death in countless ways. As much as I appreciate your zeal, securing the master transmitter has to be the mission priority. If Nallus dies badly, I'll take that as a bonus. Dr. Kumari has made contact to let me know she's prepped and ready. I go under the knife as soon as you deliver the master transmitter to her. No such luck, but my intel broker is working on that right now. He'll deliver Nallus's location to a dead drop near the hand of Khidr. You need to get to that dead drop, find Nallus, and take the master transmitter. Preferably from his cold, dead body. The details are in the contract, Trooper. Get it done, and I'll teach you my final combat technique. And Trooper, when this is all said and done, we'll raise a cup together like proper soldiers. Good hunting.
I've been waiting for you. Kara's very good. With this, I'll be able to sever the link. and the implant should not trouble her anymore. It is a complex procedure, but I'm good at what I do, and she's a tough bitch. She'll pull through. Oh, one last thing. She said she owed you a drink like proper soldiers, I believe she put it. You'll find her at the Seleucid Bull when this is over.
Good to see you, Trooper. Your old wallowing in your own filth has a special funk all of its own, don't it? First round's on me. I want to thank you again, Trooper, for getting me back on my feet, fixing things between me and the dock. Oh yeah, I did say I had one final technique to show you. But Trooper, your training is never really over. Be sure to check back from time to time. I may have something new for you. You're still alive, Trooper. I take that as a professional achievement. Good to see you. I'm here a lot, Trooper. It was easy to switch my addiction back to alcohol. Thanks again for your help. Trigger time keeps you sharp. You know that, Trooper. If you're killing, it means you're not dying. You keep that sass, Trooper. It'll serve you well out in the Badlands. Half the time, the difference between winning and losing is attitude. As it happens, yes, I am keeping busy, Trooper. I patched things up with Gurney and the Atreides. Of course, they asked me if I wanted to do a little local cadre training. I wasn't interested at first, but then they offered me unlimited drinks here, so I'm doing a little local cadre training. Much appreciated, Trooper. Happy to tip elbows with you. I've been working out with Gurney Halleck again. He showed me some tactics and techniques they learned in the war. Find me later.
That's close enough. State your business. I'm Theodoric I. I gladly serve the Landsrad envoys of House Thorvald. Arrakis is a dangerous place, but my ambitions eclipse my fear. Like many in my family, I graduated with distinction from the War Academy on Apia. I've applied my strategic mind to matters outside the battlefield. I felt this is where I can best honor my family and house. The tools I developed in the War Academy serve me well in the halls of the Landsrad. My house wishes to survey the mining galleries here. Then I must thank Providence for my thorough and extensive military training. All you need to know is, in the house words, the hammer of wealth. House Thorvald is synonymous with the precious alloys we smelt and refine. The alloys we produce are vital to the production of many spacecraft. Apia is a planet of rolling hills and extensive mountain ranges. But I think our most remarkable feature is Highforge. Our orbital refinery, designed to process materials mined from the Aperian asteroid belt. Built over the centuries, it has become so large as to be considered our unofficial moon.
Cargo told us to help ourselves. Like someone needed to bring us to Arrakis, you know what I mean? I'm thanking my lucky stars for it now. Why were we sent to this horrible planet? They did something down here, poisoning us. Why is no one coming? I mean, is our dude betrayed us?
Ship's log. Atreides vessel Cytheria. Captain Katrina Chloros reporting. We've been wrecked planet-side for 8 days. I know our emergency transponder is functioning. Where is our relief? We are desperately short of water, and we are continuously attacked by parties of deserters out to steal what little we have left. And now, an unknown illness is downing my crew. They're dropping like flies, on the verge of death. We've scoured the cargo for everything we can use. That includes Captain Skorda's personal hush-hush edition. It makes no sense. Why smuggle this onto Arrakis? What is Skorda playing at? My people are dying. Why has our house forsaken us? Where is our relief?
I think this is it. My legs feel like jelly. My face too. The others that stayed are gone. God, if that's what awaits me, I should have been braver. Gone out with my guns blazing against those deserters instead of... Let it be known that I'll blast it all. Whoever finds this, just get out.
Like you need to relax. You like me? Dren Silar, second cousin twice removed to Lady Coranda, ruler of House Akaz. Cousin Car, I call her that, sent me here to keep an eye on things. Yeah, I get the best stuff. Keeps me sharp. That's why they sent me to Arrakis. I know my drugs, and melange is just another drug. Oh yeah, I mean, my main job is to find friends who can help out House Akaz. I've got to look out for the homeworld, you know what I'm saying. Well, our support in the Landsrat for one. You scratch our backs, we'll scratch yours. Usual thing. House Akaz? Well, we're known for our jungles and forests, our arts, and our pharmaceuticals. We're ruled by Lady Coranda after the Archduke retired. The Lady Car's main focus has been trying to get the planet back in balance after a bunch of bioweapon attacks that played hell with the ecology. That and getting some revenge, of course. It's not all bad, no. We're still known as the Sculptor's Paradise, thanks to our native fogwood. That's right. I see you know fine art. I wanted to be a fogwood sculptor when I was growing up. My teachers all said I lacked the right kind of mind for fogwood.
coordinates!
see someone.
There's someone here.
Welcome, honored guest. Dr. Natalia Manis here, head of testing station number 29. My fellow station leads are constantly reminding me of what a plum assignment this station is, located as it is in this deep graben, rich in shade and sheltered from the weather. Two rarities here on old Arrakis. I will admit, I do feel lucky. We've developed several shade-tolerant species that can survive on the floor of the graben. Naturally, this success has made station number 29 a must-see for our colleagues at the more challenging stations. If you are one of those visitors from above, please make yourself at home. I'm sure you'll find it a refreshing break from stinging sand and blistering sun.
Shields up!
Still needed. Cosmetics to cover tattoos, all skin tones. Harko vendors have these. Civilian footwear. Arrakeen vendors get everyone's sizes. Don't buy them from one place or all at the same time. Lucky. Aside from the bags, we'll need some civilian crap to fill them. They need to be convincing if searched by guild security. No military gear. No Harkonnen equipment. No mistakes. Okay. You came through, Andrus. I can admit when I'm wrong. Your guy delivered all 12 CHOAM uniforms as promised. But you might have noticed that 2 of them are size extra small. Who the hell do you think's gonna fit in those? Get back to your guy and make it right, or you're gonna be the one wearing doll clothes on extraction day. Here's the details about the CHOAM drone you'll be impersonating. He had a wife and 2 kids on a Kaz. Sucks to be them, I guess. You'll find all the specifics in the dossier. Make sure you memorize it all so you can answer guild security questions without hesitation. I'll be testing your knowledge in a couple of days, so don't slack off.
Ellis, please contact the guild rep and arrange passage home for the employees whose records you'll find enclosed. This is everyone who is scheduled to rotate off-world this cycle. And no, your file is not included. You still have 2 more years of eating dust with the rest of us. Sorry. Surprise, I'm not dead. I just figured we'd all end up that way if we kept up this stupid war. That fat pig of a Baron doesn't give a crap about us. So I found a way out. Not just out, but out, as in off-world. So here's the thing. We've got room for 1 more. If you're ready to leave this worm-riddled sandpit, just start spending time at that dive tea house in Windsack. I'll find you there.
Thought I might see you soon. I have a special task that needs your expertise. I agree, you've shown unusual promise. I have one worry. Namely, you still seem a little too friendly with Maxim Casimir over there. I would like to see you rise in the ranks, and there is a solution to this doubt. I want you to blackmail Maxim. Good. Now let's get this Harkonnen off our backs, so we can properly investigate this Skorda mystery. Maxim's Samuda addiction is known. It got out of hand. He got sloppy. That's why he was demoted and sent here. Apparently, his addiction has worsened. I had a tracker put on the person I suspect is his supplier. Go to the last recorded coordinates. Dig up anything that can be used against Maxim. Here's your contract. Bring me back evidence of Maxim's addiction to Samuda, particularly how it might negatively affect his duties.
You look ready for bigger and better.